I don't even know. I don't even know at this point. I'm probably late. To a degree, you know. It's 30:30. Yeah. Eh. Kind of late. Well, come on in. I hope you're good. I hope your day was good, as always. We have some news. Eh? Kinda. I guess. I guess that's counted as news. Um, yeah. Kinda. We'll see if today's work. On that front specifically, the first news is I am fluffy today for no fucking reason other than fluff, and I absolutely forgot that. 1 second. I guess now that I plug the mic, that thing might work. I doubt it. Technically works. Yes, technically works. Cool. Well, that works. Anywho, we have some side news type of things where I made some updates to the app as always. That was delayed. Holy shit. So we have some additional design things. The first news is the fluff. As I was saying, this is crazy today. I don't know what happened. It's been like this for 2 days. Yeah, it's fine. It's gonna be fine. I'm gonna be okay. It's gonna be out tomorrow, but that's not the thing. The initial thing, the most important thing, is on the updated version. We now have a teeny tiny amount of better transition at the bottom, right there. There is something that you might not be able to see through the stream because it's subtle. It probably will be more visible if I move pages, something like a dictionary or maybe someone else. But at the bottom, there is a teeny tiny amount of blur in the background. And so anything that is underneath the tab bar and or the action buttons right there have like a blur. You may be able to see that right here. It has like a bit of a blur transition at the bottom that I added. This is to prevent, in a way, the accidental touch. I don't know if you remember, but here in the past, when you tapped exactly in between the tab bar at the bottom and the action bar at the top, or above it, there's like a very 8 pixel, 16 pixel slit off place where you can, or you could interact with the background. And now that I have added this thing, it's not clickable. So you can't really misclick in between the quiz button and the interaction with the background. So that's the first thing that I added, which is pretty cool. And then the second thing that I added, which is useful, I guess, I don't know, debatable, is this page is the dictionary. We used to have this, and we used to only have, I mean, I don't need to scroll. We used to only have a tab on the entries for the verbs, to have the conjugations, and now we have the ability to do this, which is tapping on any entries and have a bit of a detailed view of the content. So if that specific content or that specific entries is a verb, you will have conjugations as well as some details. And the some details at the bottom, for example, is the related kanjis for that word. So if you are looking for the entry because you are interested in what it is, you can then see how it is composed and therefore have a bit more information about the word or the kanjis that are composing the words itself. So I feel like this is pretty useful for me, mainly because it also gives you a bit of an ID. Brian, hi. No, it didn't. It didn't work for a while, and now it kind of works again, but not well enough. But yeah, How are you? It's been a while. So yeah, so we have that now, which means, as I just said, like when you are entering like a specific country page, you get access to more information, as in maybe this one has more examples underneath. Therefore, I can see how that specific character is used, and that's pretty good. The other thing that I added, which is not really a thing that I can showcase on the stream, but at the top of the page in the words also has the tiny ear on the right side, which means that you can listen to how the word is pronounced. Again, it's the robotic voice, so I can't do much about it. But you know, it's something. It's something. It helps. It helps. It's something. So we have that, and let me find one that has like a verb. So if you have a verb, you have this at the top, which gives you the ability to go into conjugation and swap between conjugations, and same thing in details. Ta-da! That's addition. I have been busy as well. I mean, I've built this whole thing, which is pretty cool, with no knowledge of code. Happy with my results so far, and it's pretty nice. It's been keeping me busy and not thinking about much, but you know, the overall thing is I'm still unemployed, and it's sad. It's sad. It's not sad, but it's just I'm tapping in my savings. I had to unlock 5K today. Pissed me off, but now it's done. Chris, hi, welcome in. How's your day going? How's your day going? So yeah, so that has been added and updated, which is pretty good. I also added like a bit of the blur effect at the bottom of the profile page. You might be able to see it. It's really subtle for the settings button. It's mostly going to be visible if you are on smaller screens. Like if you have an iPhone SE for some reason, it's probably going to be more pronounced because the SE screen is going to be here, so you will blur some lines of text. That makes more sense. But then now I also have done that. In the settings, we don't have the need for the tab bars. So the tab bars goes away, and then when you go back to the profile, it comes back up. So you know, yeah, that's pretty good. That helps. It also has. Let's go back into a colorful way of showing things, because when you have colors, you can kind of see a bit more of the blur effect at the bottom. And on the things that I don't really like, but I still need, this. The light mode is still not great, but it's still there and it works. And now the tab bar is more visible than before. I think on stream it doesn't look as if it was that gray. It's really gray on my side and I don't like it, but I don't really have a choice right now, or as of now, don't have a choice. And yeah, been working on that for the whole day. It's still like the best theme that I have is still the gray theme for light mode. Like that doesn't change. It's not amazing, but it works, and it has like most of the effect that I wanted to have, and it has the subtlety of that works. But yeah, that blur at the bottom is the thing that I made today, alongside with the details on word page and details on how they are, what they do, compositions, all that. Other than that, yeah, other than that, I try to do the homepage, landing page, website, and I hate it. So, one day I'll do that. One day I will do that. Probably it's not gonna be today. I just hate it. I hate it so much. I started to do it in Framer, and then I remember that if I do it in Framer, I need to pay $100 per year. So I started to try to do it in Tailwind, and I couldn't figure out how to get Tailwind to work with a basic Tailwind thing, because I'm a dumbass when it comes to HTML and CSS. I have the base, but I don't have enough base to make it make sense. And then I used something else that prompted me to use Vue, and now it's using Vue, and I don't get it. So I don't know. I don't know what to do. Yeah, it pisses me off. I just hate landing pages in general. It's never good, and it doesn't have like, I have the IDs, I just don't have the skills to put it in place in code. And I could do it in Figma and then just do a Figma to Framer thing, but it's the same issues. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. Like, as of right now, the page is not as good as I wish it was, but it has like the basics of what needs to happen. There needs to be a header with a button that sends you to the store. There is no need a tagline. The button that sends you to the store, because you know we need that. There is a need for a bit of a preview of what the app is, and then some shit underneath. And the shit underneath is just so bad right now, and I don't like it. That's where I stand right now. That, yeah. I don't like it. I don't like it. So yeah, at some point maybe I'll do that, but not today. If I had, which is not the case, but if I had cash, I would hire someone to do it for me again, like I did last time. And I also need to do these. I kind of talked about them last time. This is a thing that needs to happen as soon as I can, because if I don't have these, I can't really submit the app to Apple for review. So I need to do these at some point. And then what else did we have this week? I mean, technically this weekend. We had this person, which is doing the Did I Do app, which is pretty interesting. It's a tiny widget that just is a reminder, like, did I take my pills? Did I water the plants? Did I do something? And you can just tap on it if you did, and it resets based on the settings that you have defined. And right now, the person is working on the kind of transition between devices. So yeah. Donnie, hi, welcome in. How are you? That's pretty good. Also, that's pretty good. Always cat fighting is pretty good. I think I use screenshot at some point and as references, but I think the issue that I have with it is not inspiration. It's mostly doing the thing and having the right content, because I'm updating the app so much in the past week. I'm not saying that the entire design changed, but when you look at the screenshot here, now, as of today, if you go in the app right here, this is the Canna thing. You might be able to see in the top right corner there is now a question mark, which is different than what we have on the screenshot that I took about a week ago. And that is a very subtle thing, and no one would notice if it wasn't on the landing page. But that, plus the bottom blur, plus the potential addition of other like effects and other things, makes it as the screenshots don't work. So I figure what I need to do is create some fake illustration things to match what I want to have previewed or presented that are not the app, but still the app. And that way it works. But that just pisses me off. So yeah, like there is a need for at least I think 1 or 3 screenshots, like official screenshots of the app that contains a view of the real app. I think that's from the guidelines of Apple guidelines, and I don't even think that these count. I think like this count, and this count, but that with the element that goes out don't really count. But yeah. I appreciate the initial ID that I have as the landing page. I think for me is still the best ID is to recreate this page specifically, the Kana version only, with all of the characters that would have the ability to do the same thing as we have, god damn it, here, which is if I tap on something, it takes a progress, and if I long press, it basically just grows the progress. And having that effect just for the progress on tap on each character on the landing page as a preview of what the app would be with the tab bar, because that's the main point of design of the app. And then if you change page, like if you are from Kana, you go from Kana to Radicals. On Radicals, we tell you download the app on the store. That is the idea that I have in my head. The thing is, I need to recreate that first page in code, and that is just pissing me off because I don't have the skills. But yeah, that's my ID. That's my ID so far. So far. What else did we have? We had a bit of transitions things, as far as I remember. It is. That is good news as well. That could be really fun if that happens. If you haven't followed, if you don't know what this is about, Trump being convicted in November 27th. On the 27th, he's not the president yet, or not in office, therefore he can be incarcerated. Therefore, he could remain in jail for the whole time of his presidency, which could be amazing as a fun stuff for me. Anyways, details. What else did we see? We have seen this. That's basically the same thing that I just explained, which is you have the app and you have on scroll some animation inside of it, or some realistic things. But most of the content that I'm seeing here on some of the landing page that are really good is just it's too much work for what it is. So maybe later, maybe another day, maybe another time, I don't know. I still love the landing page, that doesn't change anything, but god damn, that's a lot of work. That is a lot of work. What else did we see? That was for Larkham, because Larkham is doing some drawing, and eyes is the recommendation that I gave him, so that useful. And then I kept this one because some people, or a lot of people, have been having this kind of ghost with holographic effect inside. And I don't know if they are I mean, I don't think they are the same person. That's the first thing. But it feels as if they are just copying each other, and it doesn't sit right. I think I have the other one down on that list of things that I liked. But yeah. Also, Ilya just reposted my post about the tab bar, and now I have even more views, and that pisses me off. I'm getting so much notifications. I'm kidding. I appreciate the views, but still, goddamn, out of nowhere. Where is this thing? This one was weird. Now I'm just scrolling through and just remember things. This progress spinner thing is weirdly made. They basically have a mask that rotates through. Rather than having the thing with a trim. I don't really understand why they didn't, but it's a weird behavior for me. Like the build is really weird. Details. Details. Yeah. I think you can see that I have a lot of cats in my feed. That is some of the effect that I wanted to do in the quiz. Right now, I kind of wanted to have these types of effects behind the questions, meaning that if you tapped on the right one, the dots would either explode or contract and have the color that it needs to be. So if you made like the right decision in the quiz, you would have the right answer underneath. So basically here, if you tapped on something there and it was wrong, the dots would contract and have reds behind it so that it highlights the section in red. And then if you made, I don't know what that is, if you made the right answer, or if you gave the right answer, that, no. I don't know these countries. If you gave the right answer, it would be just green behind it, and that would be a neat, tiny transition type of thing that could happen. So I'm thinking about it. I don't know yet. We'll see. We will see. I think that's about it. Yeah, that one. Like, it looks similar to the. I mean, it's the same person that is tagged, right? But it's not these two only that have done the same things. Basically, Dimitri is doing the app and has been like Alice Zoo has been buying the app icon. So far, that makes sense. But these two people are working together, and I've seen a lot of other people having the exact same ghost with holographic effects behind it. If I'm going back here, they changed the color of it. Not that it's bad, but they changed the color of it. And I don't know. It's just it feels kind of weird. Anyways, details for everything I kind of kept on the side, and I think that's about it. I need that for story. If story pops up in chat, that's that was the ID. That was the ID here that we had. God damn it. That I had. Somewhere here. That section. That was the main point. The main concept, having like a buildable block grid type of thing that you could move around. That was the idea. Did you get the job at Migaku? I applied. They said no. They're looking for a product designer if you're into that, and if you're into Japanese learning, but also like language learning in general. They're looking for a product designer. So, if you like the app and you think the design is cool and you've worked on something, you know, why not? Apply. Why not apply? Yeah, you know, can always work. That's pretty good. Um, Let me tell you that in one of my first agency work that I had, my head of design was younger than me by 1 year. Chris, hi, welcome in. So, yeah, I was older than him and I had already more experience than him because that was his first job, but he came in the company first and he stayed there and he was good. And he had the role of head of design. And yeah. So, you know, that's the thing. Yeah, he was 19. I was 20. So, you know. Nonetheless, this is fun-ish. I like the concept. I kind of see the animation option. And then this is debatable. I feel like these screens are kind of tight. Did you mess up? Yeah, that's what I'm seeing right now. I feel like the space in between here is good, but the space in between here is too tight. So that's not something that you have an issue on these pages because your top level is pretty good. Also, you have French selected. What the fuck? It's not much. You may have like just 8 on these ones instead of 16, and that's about it. Otherwise, pretty good. I don't think it's overall. I think overall would help, yes, but just that one seems tight. Yeah, I'm Algerian based too, so god damn it. And then these are really cool. I like that. I I'm scared of the pricing. I feel like that yeah, that's crazy. But I like the concept that you have made or added right now. It's pretty good. And the overall content is good. I know. I know. I'm also working on the pricing thing on my side for the app because it needs to happen. It needs to be defined and to be good. And it pisses me off. Worked on it almost all day into trying to figure out what was the best, like, um, behavior economics things that it could like kind of help, but god damn is it annoying. Yeah, no, I'm not like I'm not looking for the paywall screens. I'm looking for the economic system behind the app, as in right now the app is free because it's in beta, so that makes sense. but the concept of how you get paid and how you use like the subscription, what are the perks of having the subscription, what are not the perks of having the subscription, what do you gain, lose, what happen if you like get a sub and then unsubscribe, like what happens to the content that you had unlocked, because right now it's unlocking dictionaries. Like if you are on the app and you have like your dictionaries that are there, and you decide, Stony, hi, welcome in, you decide to buy like a dictionary, you have it, it's yours, it's based in your Apple account so that you can recover it, and that's not an issue. But if you are in a sub tier, do I unlock the dictionaries? Do I give you everything for free, like for the price of the sub? Is it still like the buyable elements? Is it not? Like all of that is the thinking that I have been doing since this morning, and it's complicated. There is a ton of things that that just is complicated to put in place and to ensure that it works. So because I also want the app to be as free as possible, because it's me and that happens. I know, but right, I kind of want to have people to be able to get access to the content without having to pay for it. And if you just want to use the app for free, you could still do that. As in, if you think about Duolingo, for example, because it's the example, the reference on language learning, you would have access to all of the content except you have 3 or 5 lives per day, and then if you finish a lesson, you have an ad, I think, as far as I remember. Haven't been in the free tier for, well, 11 years now, so I don't know. It's been a while. But you know, that is a thing that exists, and I don't want ads in the app because ads piss me off and piss everyone off. And a lot of people or other people have been recommending me to add like timers or waiting times, as in you make enough mistakes, and instead of just giving you the option to buy lives, you just wait to get your lives replenished. And that's already the case. You just need to wait for the next day, or you buy more lives. Right now, that's the economics in the app, which is not as good as I think it is. As in, it's not good. But as you saw a second ago, in the settings, let me go back to the initial thing. If I'm making many mistakes, also you said that the lost lives is a bit strong earlier. Um, like right here, I have these two floating coins type of thing on the side of, not on the side, but like in the view, and they're just like here. You can buy 1 life or 3 lives, whatever, it works. And and then that's the plan. So if you say no, like right now, if I said no, it would just give me this screen and I close it. And then if I try to run a new quiz, it will say the same thing. It would just say, well, you need lives to continue. So do that, don't do that, whatever. And then tomorrow, I will have 3 more lives and I can use them, do whatever I want. So that's the lives economics right now. And I can buy more lives with coins. You get 100 coins in the beginning, and then you get more coins per day. You get 4 coins per day, which is basically ensuring that you have enough to buy 2 more lives to continue playing, just in case. So yeah, it's not pay for your lives because you don't pay for the coins. The coins are basically given to you. You can buy some coins if you wanted to, but it's not necessary. In the technicality of things right now, as far as today, you have your lives, you have 3 per day, and we give you 4 coins per day, meaning that if you wanted to buy 2 more lives with the 2 coin things, you can, or you can use one of your 100 coins that you got on the first day to get 3 lives, and then you can continue. That's the first thing. And then if you make a mistake, like let's say I make a mistake here, and I kill that quiz, and then I come back and I make a perfect quiz on the next run. Right at the top, I have 1 life that is dead. And if I have a perfect quiz, I regain a life. So all of this mechanics in the background basically ensure that if you know your answers, or if you know that, which is not advertised, you basically have an infinite amount of lives because you can 100% do that. You get here, you do your thing, you make a mistake, you go back to your initial, goddammit, initial thing that you know, you do a full quiz with no issues, like with no mistakes. You regain your life, you can go back and practice more. So you have infinite lives, technically speaking. But you know, yeah, that's the thing. We also give you like a coin as a reward if you make a perfect quiz. So it everything is in place to ensure that the user has to spend the least amount of money. But if they don't want to do all of that gymnastic of going back to the hiragana and katakana to change and regain a life, then they can just click there and and sub. I mean, I get it. But there is that, so that's for the live things. But then for the dictionary thing, it's a bit more complex because there is one tier which is the lifetime tier. If you buy it, you basically have a lifetime tier, so you don't really care about anything, but you get access to all of the dictionaries by default. And if you are in the subscription tier, right now, I don't unlock the dictionaries. You can still buy them for the same price. So that feels not as good as a perks to be able to access the content. So I'm still debating and trying to figure out what would be best. Because right now, I don't know. I don't know. So yeah. But yeah, these things are most of the time the same. Like they are exactly the same design for 95% of the content. And the layout that I made is kind of the same thing. So, yeah. That is a really Bumble thing. Is that Bumble? Oh, that's Grinder. That's why. It's the same color. That's crazy. I mean, it's the same company behind it, I think. Nonetheless, it doesn't matter. Yeah, no, Grinder is not that good. In terms of UI, it's fine, but it's not like it's the precursor to the Tinder swipe. They had it before, and then Tinder happened, and because there is more heterosexual couples than gay couples, people picked it up and attributed it to Tinder, which is not the case. So, yeah. I'm not like, how can I say that? I don't care what the app does most of the time. If it is innovative, I will have it at some point. Sometimes it's content that I don't like or am part of, but you know, shit happens. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm still debating, and also all of these is just crazy to me. The Duolingo one is just not that good. God damn, it was bigger earlier. That sounds kinky. Um, yeah. Yeah, I'm basically at the same price, I think. I think I put it at $6.99 just to have a 69 option in the pricing, obviously. I think the yearly is $69 instead of 79. That's what I did. I'm not sure. I forgot. Also, that's bad. That is that that's bad. 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 Anyways, going back to this. This is pretty good. Yeah. I just have a bit of an issue with this section at the top. It it seems like the purple-ish breaks the contrast ratio. The contrast ratio is still good, but it's just it makes it harder to read. I don't know what could be done to avoid that though. I mean, you could go full purple at the top with a gradient for purple, like the same as this, and have the content in white, but it just breaks a tad. Not much. Not much. It's the same thing that I have in my dictionary section, where right now it's fine, right? The header title makes sense, but once I'm in a menu, the dictionary thing is not as readable in colored mode. So if I go in color and I go to, I don't know, green, maybe it's not that good. It's okay, it's not that good. And even more if it's like here, the black on top of that color gradation thing is just not as good in terms of contrast ratio than dark mode. So I feel like it's the same on this screen right here. Just tiny details. And ads is just bad. Going back to that. For me, ads is really bad. It will push people away most of the time. Most people don't want to watch an ad to gain a life, because it makes no sense. And there is also a lot of implications behind having ads in your platform, as in, you need to get so much information, so much data about your users to ensure that the ads are targeted properly. And I don't want that. I want the app to be as offline as possible. And then ads makes no sense. If you are offline and you have no lives left, but you still have coins in your account, you can use the coins. That's the plan. That is the plan. Stony, I've seen the screenshot you sent earlier. Did you make a mistake? It feels weird. There's something not wrong about it, but there is something wrong about it. I don't know exactly how I can explain it. But it works. Also, I saw that. Good job on inverting the colors. You did good. Yeah, I think the issue that I have is the tab bar navigation here that takes so much space, and I don't know why. And I don't think this is your phone. I think this is the browser. That sounds like a usual thing. Yes, yes, yes. It is your phone. What's your phone? Is it the S20? No. No, you have an S9? S12? S something? Not 9. I knew there was a 9 there. So it's a big phone. Yeah, I guess that might be the issue. Is it zoomed in? That happens. I feel like the preview here, the icons themselves, are smaller than the one that I'm seeing here. So that's why I feel like it's zoomed in. But I don't know. Oh, cool. That's useful though. I am not. That's the thing. Like I can tell that that icon is smaller than that icon. That that button is wider than that button. You know, all that. You know, I know. All I'm saying is that the tab bar max width for each tab's bubbles should be 48. I don't care. I don't bother with the color choices. Just get the thing to work. That's all I care about. Just get the thing to work. Marmalade, hi, welcome in. On the PC screen, that is. Am I wide? Did I gain weight? I'm pretty good. I did some useless things today, and I'm pretty happy with the useless things. So, yeah. I'm gonna show you the useless things in question. God damn it, that's big. That's what she said. Creating a cloud service, god damn. That sounds like a complex thing to do. I added this thing at the bottom. So behind, I talked about it in the beginning of the stream. Behind the content now, we have a bit of a transition, and it's really visible on the scroll bar that you have a bit of a progressive blow. But yeah, that's a thing that I kind of added, just so that we have a better transition in between elements. The thing that I kind of dislike about it is that the element is disabling scroll. It's disabling tap, and it's disabling scroll as well. So if I'm here, it doesn't work. If I'm here, it does work, because it goes kind of up. So that's a bit sad. But so I did that today, which is pretty neat as a transition. And then and then added it in a way that makes more sense on specific views. So that here, for example, it's subtle. Here it goes higher because we have this element here, which means that the scroll works. I just need to make it lower on this one, that's it. But most of the views, like this one, for example, is lower because we need to be able to click on these elements, like not if they are here, but you know, dang. So that's the addition for today. It's pretty good so far. Pretty good. Happy with the results. And also all the transitions helps. Well, you know. So I'm pretty happy with it. Pretty happy with it. It's not the best. Probably could have done better. But you know, it's a start. It's a start. I don't know why test is disabled though. Makes no sense. Also, test is gonna go away, so I don't care, but yeah. Anyways. Yeah, me too. I see the error now. And I'm like, no you don't. No you're not. You don't know what you're talking about. And I can tell. The fact that I can tell is kind of crazy though. Like, the amount of time that I've seen that same thing of, oh, I see the error now, when I'm just dropping like an error message is untrue. Untrue. Because then I just click apply and it doesn't fix the error. Ah. One of the things that have been implemented yesterday? Not so long ago. I think yesterday or today, I forgot. With the latest update to macOS, now I have Apple Intelligence that is embedded in the system. And with that, the predictive coding thing have been enabled as well. So it's basically the AI system from Apple, like Copilot, but not Copilot, for your code in Xcode, and it's not disruptive as much as it is in Cursor, so that's pretty good. But still, yeah. Yeah, and then you change it to deep true, and it doesn't. Yeah, I know. I know how it works. It's so sad. It's so sad. It shouldn't. I also changed this. That navbar is now darker in light mode, so we have a bit more contrast with the background, because otherwise it wasn't. I don't like it that dark, and I can't really figure out another way, unless I make it white. Cat, hi, what calling? You've missed the cat. 1 second. You need to see the cat, because there is a ton of cats in my Twitter feeds, and I save a lot of cats that I don't send you, like these ones that are really good, not fighting, and there's another one a bit later. These ones, really nice loaf. That's a loaf without loafing. It's yeah. It's just bread. Yeah. Yeah, it's just bread. This one's bready. I think there is another one. But these are just fluffy. That's about it. I don't know how they are personality-wise. That's the thing. I don't. Yeah, I don't know enough about these types of cats. And we have like smaller cats. That sounds weird. I know it's fine, but yeah, it sounds weird. Out of context. On the other things that we just scroll past and I didn't click on, because, right, we don't talk about that most of the time. This is really cool looking. This is the heat spreader, heat sink of the Mac Mini, and it's really cute. Not that it matters in any ways, but it's an interesting piece of engineering and machining. As me being like a machinist in the past, that's really interesting in the fact that it's probably 3D printed at this point, and then just tapped on with the screw tabs right there. I kind of like it a lot. I like it a lot. It's pretty cute. Pretty cute. All of that just to have like the circular exhaust. But Quinn or Stasi has been doing a bit of a deep dive in the explosion or opening of the Mac Mini, and most of the components, as always, in most of the PCBs and most of the build of MacBook Pros and Macs in general, when they are Apple built, the layouts is on purpose, which makes no sense to me, but still, it's really cool looking. That's yeah. It's the heat sink that goes on top of the CPU right there, and there is the fan that is going to be, I think, going from underneath, like picking up cool air from the bottom. That's the fan. And because it's like that exhaust, you can't see that. That bit right there is where that bit right here is plugged in. Like right there. Nonetheless, it's pretty good. That's all I'm saying. In terms of design, that's the PSU, the power supply. So they makes no sense to have it like that designed, but it's still impressive. Anyways, the amount of times, Marmalade, that I've seen here said something about, oh, we need to change this, and this end up being basically the comment removed. Like there is one line that is red in the middle, and the comment is changed, and there is a new comment underneath that replaces it with a different word. But that's the only change on the page. And they are like, the AI is expecting it to fix the bug. No, like that's not gonna work. So that's why I feel like I should understand better, which is not the case. Nonetheless, so this was interesting in terms of tech and all of that, and then the cats were interesting as well. So that's the thing. Stony, this one was for you. I said that earlier. This is the behavior-ish thing that I had in mind when we talked about the page for specials last year, having the ability to basically drop whatever container size and change the container type on the fly based on bento, which was the inspiration that I had, that is the idea. And I feel like this is good. It's just containers. You just define containers, and that's it. That thing right there. You have the grid in the background. You can't really see the grid, but the grid is there. And yeah, that I think it's what I had in mind. But it's better to see it with that whole thing defined and presented. Not much, Chris. Welcome back. Welcome back. Nonetheless, it would work. I don't know. That person seems to have made it in not long, and might make it available at some point. You know, you could expect maybe something and potentially use that from them. I don't know. Take a look at it. Take a look at it. It doesn't cost much. Nonetheless, we've had these creations. I've been seeing these ones for a while now, or that person, creator, for one, has creating a ton of really cool badges and things, and for achievements, and also milestones, all of that could be really cool. These are mostly for games, obviously, but yeah, all of that, like that is really nice. Graphic design. I forgot who asked about graphic design, but someone asked about graphic design last Friday. And I had something that I considered to have fun with the kidnapping cat. I know that sometimes you like it. That's gonna be ass. But yeah, that person is doing like a ton of really, really cool graphic design posters. And the one that I saw was this one, which is as he said, a mix of traditional analog creation and Photoshop and motion design at the end. But like most of the thing is kind of analog creation, and it is impressive, mainly when you see like how they do most of the things. That is really good. I like it. I like it a lot. So that's an interesting thing. But it's also, it works because the person has the knowledge of layouts. So I don't know. They haven't really explained why I was rejected. I have a feeling that it's also because I'm building a language app at the same time. Maybe, though they haven't seen anything about it. So there's that. The second thing is they are fully remote, and they were looking for someone that was living in Asia Pacific region, and that's not my case right now. But I have the positive, at least it is a positive for me, of having the knowledge of Japanese and being able to communicate with Japanese people. And Miyako is in Japan, or they have like some of the founders and or main people in Japan, so that makes sense. But they haven't really explained why they rejected my application. Really, they gave me the regular thing. Let me see if I can find it. I guess it is one. It's not. Yeah. Unfortunately, we have decided to not proceed with your application. We're grateful for your interest in the company, and we wish the very best for your future endeavors. So nothing happened. I don't give a fuck enough to know why I got rejected, to be honest, in most of the job application that I have. I usually like, okay, cool. You said no, you said no. I'm gonna ask. If it makes no sense, I'm asking. But if it's like an automated thing, I can't really say anything. And most of the time as well, it is coming from a no reply email, so I can't really reply. I can send a message to the person that I had contact with in the past, but yeah, that's usually not the thing. Anyways, I feel like this is the main reason might have been because I wasn't in the location they were looking for. That's the first one. And then at that point, because that was like September, I feel like they may have, I don't know, I don't remember entirely, but they may have asked why I was interested in working for them, and I may have said something along the line of getting a visa in Japan, which is not really a point that they like to hear. Like, they like you to want to work for the company, not for the company location, which I understand. But right now, I don't give a shit about the company. Any company. I have never, ever. You know, that happens. Maybe we've been, I mean, we have passed 1,000 users already. Not saying that it's like active users, but it is active testers. And there are days, like on the weekend, I have had so much testing happening, which is crazy to me. Yeah, it is something. As a look at that thing. Look, we have 1,000 users now, and we have had more than 1,000 session on Sunday. 102, 102, 102, 102, 102. Friday. Friday or Saturday, I think that's the thing. Then there was fix. So that was really good as a session, but like when you look at most of the other days as well, I had like 1,000 sessions and a ton of installs as well. A lot of them are just they don't even have the time. I'm too fast. They don't have the time to install the new build that I already have another one coming up. So that's yeah. That's usually what happened on this one, for example, where I launch something and then I figure out there is an issue on it and I launch a fix, and in between they don't have enough time to just install everything. So that trickles down most of the time. And some of them also are locked. Like I think this one, 104 is the one that has iOS 17 support. So yeah, that's a thing. And then this one had some crashes and now it's fixed. So that happened. And this was this morning. I mean, this morning at 12. So midday today. So yeah, that's pretty good overall as active user. So that's why right now, as I said earlier, I'm thinking about the monetization section and the economy, like coins economy, dictionary, behavior, the system of like lives, coins, XP type of thing to ensure that I can release something that makes sense and that works. Because otherwise, yeah. I don't make Discord communities. We only have this one that you join already, and making a community overall for an app feels wrong to me. I feel like it would be detrimental to me and detrimental to the app in the long run, because I already have my Discord, personal Discord, and my stream, which is already the community type of thing. That's enough. I don't need like a third place to just have the Japanese learners. I have like a Japanese learning section on the Discord and people can go there. But yeah. Yeah, but that doesn't matter to me. I'm not in numbers, as in I like the numbers of users. That kind of proves the app is interesting and that the people that are testing it like it. Mainly on the sessions and the installs. But yeah. I'm not on that yet. One day, maybe. One day I will become interested in money. That's have never been the case. I like to get paid, don't get me wrong. But money has never been motivator for me. Like in jobs, in anything. I'm paid fairly for the amount of experience that I have and the amount of knowledge and things that I bring to a company, but I'm not well paid, if that makes sense. Like I'm on the average spectrum, kind of lower than average when it comes to pays. So yeah, that happens. So yeah, it has never been. Yeah, kinda. I mean, as I think I said that in the past, but there hasn't been a single company that I have like joined, even if it was 4 months or 3 months, that I haven't entered, done something, left, and the place that I left was better for the action that I took. Like there hasn't been one. Most of the coworkers that I had for these short-term employments have seen me afterward and continue talking about the thing that I've put in place while I was there, or the thing that I taught them on the first day, or the tips for macOS that I gave them after a week or something like this, that just stuck with them. And that's what I'm doing on stream. But yeah, what is he doing for MMR? Lol. I mean, 1K MRR is pretty good. I would say the time-based challenge might not be a good idea, but I have tips for Windows as well. Not as much. It depends, Chris. I know that this is a discussion when I don't have most of the informations right on your side, as in what he's doing, all that. It doesn't matter. If you, as you, Chris, is trying to get him to do something that is interested-ish in for the sake of the numbers, that might not be beneficial in the long term. And also, if that's my philosophy, so that depends on you. If the numbers become more important than what he's doing, then maybe, and that depends and it happen with time, maybe the quality of the work will degrade just for the number to grow, because more clients, more things to do, less time on each project, therefore not enough attention to details if it's design related, therefore degrading on the quality. So that's also why I'm not really into numbers money wise, and more into numbers when it comes to like testing and user data and all of that, because that side of things is more important. Will give you more in the long term to get a better result at the end of the day. But yeah, good. Good. So you are basically saying you are helping him to not reach, but like aim for 1K, knowing that it might not happen, but still would be good. Basically any recurring revenue would be good, right? So yeah, that's a pretty good thing. I guess if you think that it's fun and he enjoys it and it's nice and the quality doesn't take a hit and he takes enough time to do each of the work, then yeah, we're good. We're good. Just again, my point is, if you start, or when you start aiming yourself toward profitability and capitalism in general, usually something else is degraded. It's either your mental health, your relationships, your quality of content, all that. Yeah. You can just agree, yes. You can also just disagree. It's another option. It's the other side. Yeah. I think it's a different environment. Like I get it, right? I understand that your experience, Chris, of where you were at his age, it was to your standards further in the experience and work environment. But the place you're in, doxing you, is different than the place you were in at that point, I guess. At that age, I have a feeling, unless you have been moving there since that time. And the opportunities that you had at that point and the opportunity that he has now are different. The requirement from like you moved 3 years later, the basically the requirements of jobs, or the thing that the clients are looking for, are now different. And in a time where you had the ability to say, I can code a basic landing page, and you were hired, nowadays you need to be able to do so much more to potentially get a thought about being hired, and that's usually not the case. So different requirements, different environment, different everything might implies also different things in the outcome and the progressions of have not as. What do you mean? Oh, has to be. Has to be. Has to be is good. You and your words. Um, but yeah. It works. It works. Done. Fixed. Um, well, I don't know if I agree, Chris. I on Blue Sky earlier today, Summer had a type of repost type of things that was basically saying, describe yourself only by using previous jobs that you had. And I tried to do mine, and I can't, because I've been a designer since I started working, and there has been a period of time when I was doing some mechanic and milling machine things, but all of the rest has been design related, and it always has been fun, and I really always had enjoyed the design part of things. So my career has been only fun. Yet still, obviously, there has been time when I had to do landing pages or flyers or things that are not that interesting to me, but always fun, always interesting, always fun for me. So it's not an impossible thing to achieve, to be on always fun. That's all I'm saying. I don't think it's unrealistic. I think it depends on the clientele and the options. I think his skill is pretty good. There, I mean, on the last thing that we've looked at, there have been some contrast ratio and layout issues that we had in the first one that disappeared in the second and third, then came back on this one. So, you know, there was a week and a half of nothing for health reason, which makes sense, and then the storm, and then all of that absolutely makes sense. But in the latest one, there were things that were really good, and there were things that were just coming back from the past. Yeah, so it makes sense. It makes sense. So overall, I feel like aiming for 1K is fine. Knowing that you will only have 500 is good. That's kind of my mindset. And also enjoying the process rather than enjoying the payment, even though both are necessary. I feel like if you, as Grizz just said, if you enjoy what you're doing, you will kind of want to do it more. So that's the thing. The other side of the coin that I kind of have, like on this is right now, as of 2024, 5, technically, 2025, a designer is expected to do so much more than what we are used to be expected to do. That makes so much that sentence. You get what I'm saying. As in, what I used to do when I was younger, and I did like flyers and business cards, and potentially I touched on the layout of a website. Um, that was it, and that was enough. And then I moved into print, and that was it. That was enough. I did like flyers and business cards. That pissed me off, and then I moved into UI design. And so after that, I kind of learned some code in the beginning. But that's about it. So overall, right, the current state of things, the amount of data that I need to have, or the amount of knowledge that I need to have to be considered as a designer for a role is way greater than what we used to have. So there is that to take into consideration, and that's why I'm saying 1K per month might be a tad complicated, knowing the not broad amount of knowledge that he currently has. Like you, Chris, have the broad knowledge that he kind of use in a way, but he doesn't have that kind of generalist profile just yet, and that might need to happen. Yeah, but it's the, I mean, right, if you have someone that can help or that has the knowledge that you're looking for, you may look for that or try to ask questions depending on the relationship you have with that person. But yeah, that's a thing. So I don't know. Would that be so bad? Like, wouldn't it be a good way to get something started? Like, if right now the motivation is copying you because age and behavior and teenager and all that, you know, that happens. So he wants to potentially duplicate what you've done, which is fine. You have all of the knowledge to help and ensure that he doesn't make the mistake that you've done, which is what I'm doing here on stream. Every time that you have, or I have had issues in the past, I'm trying to make sure that I have some learnings from it and I can just share with everyone. So that's the thing. Yeah. So I don't know if you've seen that. Yeah, I know. The depending on the relationship in between the children and the parents, usually when the relationship is not that good, the children tend to split as far away as possible from the parent's behavior. And even if there are some things that are similar, the separation happens, which is you rebelling, him rebelling at some point, all of that. And so my dad was a coach or a teacher, and I am now a coach or a teacher. Just absolute different outputs and outcomes. But he was one of these, and I am kind of too. So that's the thing. And if right now he's interested in code because he's seen you, or you have had, did, so you code, and you find this interesting, why not just see how it goes? I feel like it's a good thing. It should be. And he is right. As I was just saying, right now in 2024-5, you kind of need to have some sort of a design plus code knowledge in order to be considered. And again, the current state of things, is English. Like, just learning English and being as versed as possible in the English language is going to give you so much power in the next 5 years, 10 years, just because you would have the ability to formulate and phrase things for an AI to help you. As in, you know, this, when I was working on the selector, like the weird ass circular picker thing, that I couldn't really figure out how, god damn it, how to make that work. How is that broken now? And also, why is that broken now? Interesting. That was weird. Don't worry about it. So all that, right? When I found the right words to explain to the AI assistant that I'm using to build this thing how I wanted the thing to be, I figured it out. And that's the words. But for anything else, when I don't really have understood how the problem needs to be solved in my head, and I can't really phrase it and put out a sentence that makes sense, then that doesn't work out. So I think right now being versed in English is going to be the most important thing. And the fact that you have the code knowledge or the design knowledge is not necessarily the good thing. I think having the code lingo, which is what I had and talked about for a long time, understanding what to say, how to phrase something, what is a variable, what is a function, what is something else. So yeah, Chris is just weird when it comes to kids. Like, we are, a lot of us in this chat, to be child free for reasons, and Chris is just taking care of us. For the children that we'll never have, Chris is taking care of that. For reasons that I understand. Yes, 100%. You're gonna have fun without having children, Chris. That's a thing. That's a thing that exists. It's an option. But yes, he's just supporting kids everywhere. It's the 15th right now. If you have, to be honest, if you have the means to like sustain a family that is this big and that has and you're fine with it, and your spouse is fine, and you're fine, and the rest of the children are not neglected, and everything is good based on where you are, when you are, it's fine. But you know that. So yeah. Nonetheless, what I was saying is, if you have the design sense and the lingo of code and you're versed in English, you currently are unstoppable. Later on, like it's where I'm currently facing a bit of an issue right now in my app building session, which is the wall of knowledge is greater than my understanding of the code. And it's also greater than my understanding of what needs to happen next. So I have made all of this thing in the past to build the app entirely, but now I'm like, there is database issue that I can't really fix because I don't have the lingo for that. There is future proofing planning that I can't really do for now because I don't have the understanding. There is new versions of iOS that are coming up and deprecating some things that I already have in place right now that I need to take off. That is taking a lot of time because I need to figure out where it is and then what has been implemented in the past that I haven't really touched because it's just the AI touching it. So all of these things, right now I'm hurting the consequences of not knowing enough because I don't understand how things have been implemented. So that's where the dev lingo, and we have a sack again, the dev lingo is important, where it needs, or I need to understand what I'm asking. So, yeah. I think it depends. The tip for getting like to 1K is gonna be marketing and sales. That's about it. I have seen so many designers and devs and other jobs that have made way more money than me because they have the skills of marketing themselves and selling their IDs much better than what I could do. And the ID that they had sold, oh shit. Like the the guy that made the ResMe app type of thing, which is just ChatGPT with a pre-prompted things, basically, and people are paying for that just because it's marketed as a rebranded things for Gen Z and all of that. That's a thing that I would never be able to do because I don't personally take advantage of people because I'm not interested in money. So the marketing things is just not my thing, and the selling my IDs, that's fine if I need to convince someone to do something in design, but convincing someone to buy the app or subscribe, I don't give a fuck. So, yeah. I I think right now, when it comes to social medias and content creation, to basically be perceived as a successful person, you kind of need to. So you need to get into Twitter, Threads, LinkedIn, maybe. I wouldn't, but if he likes it, why not? But yeah, posting on socials, posting on platforms that have potential links and networking options would be good. So LinkedIn is okay. I don't like it. Thread is impressive right now when it comes to growth and algorithm. And yeah, job board is not going to be good enough to me. I mean, LinkedIn is a social network rather than a job board as of now, 2024. But social is going to be much more important because you get linked with people that have an understanding of what you're doing. And again, I think best, not really, but a thumbnail that we are taking a look at almost on every stream now. Farrell has been doing a ton of buttons. And if we go back into some of the first posts, image base, that he's been sharing, that I have been following too, the thing is really simple, if that makes sense. I don't know if that's the first one, but if that is, been working on that. I don't really remember that. There is some magic trick, as I can see here. There is some money here, fine. There is some design starting to be like showcased, and okay, that is interesting. I don't know if they did that, but they are starting to kind of share design related content. And then they started to work on the design related content and showcase, basically this is pretty good, showcase the work, as in this is the component inside of Figma, and that's the thing. Tony, hi, welcome in. And then they just continued to push themselves into posting and sharing things design related. And then some people have given them feedback, some people have not. Some people have said that it's shit. That happens, it's social media, sadly. But the more they posted, the more they reached like a different type of audience. And the more content they have shared, the more audience they can reach. And again, going back to the top, the more people they can reach. Right now, they are at 6,000 followers, which is not like massive, but it's really good for someone that joined in July 2021. And that alone, if you think that 10% of these followers are potential clients, that's almost 600 people that may be able to buy something from Farrell, or hire them in a company, or see their content and say, you know what, that could be really good, we could hire you for something. All of that. So social media, again, right now, it's pretty good. And if I'm taking this as in July 2021 was when they started to join the platform. Not saying that it's the first post, but join the platform. And then since then, they have posted almost 500 posts with images or video. That alone is not that much. Like when you think about it, it's not even one post a day with an image or something. It's almost for a year and a half. But, you know, they've been also tracking this with, they post almost every day, and then there are days without it. But then, nonetheless, with that in mind, the social are going to be more important in the long term because you can share your progress and process. The process is going to be more interesting for some people, and shit like this is going to be really useful in the long term. The getting to 1K per month, as Grizz said as well, it's probably pretty easy if you have enough links and networking option. This, even though this is really simple in terms of documentation, but the creation of documentation and papers and communication skills is extremely important. Like my ability to potentially, if needed, doesn't happen often, do something like, do I have that somewhere? I doubt it. I mean, I could do that. But in my research phase, having or add these tooltips during the research, Jonathan, hi, welcome on in, and ensure that I have like this kind of annotated design process, explaining things, explaining what I looked for, what I found, what I like, all of that explanation and documentation of my process, then is going to be a very, very important skill to have, more than the design itself overall. Like the communication between you and the dev, you and the client, is almost the most important thing that you have. And that is, welcome back. And that is the overall main thing. This is this was a test for product designer position, and they had multiple AI related apps to potentially create. They wanted the candidates to do like they had like 4 hours to do something. They did mine in like 2 hours, 2.5 hours roughly, and they were expecting me to do basically the research, and I gave them like a fully working prototype with a UI kit that works. They were like, okay. How? Why? So that was fun. And I didn't get the job because they were looking for entry level, like junior position. And if I were to, I kind of would take over the guy that was hiring me. So yeah, not research. I did the whole thing, the research, prototype, and wireframe design thing in like 2 hours and 30 minutes roughly. I just go fast when I need to. And also, this is a thing that at this point in time, 2024, again, you need to figure that out. There are AI tools to do some research. There is analysis tools that exist. There have been existing research done. That is how you do some research. As in, I'm gonna go back into the other page when I'm opening this, but god damn it. If, let's say you're doing something and you want to work on or the work that is requested is traveling agency. I don't know. You look for blah 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 case study. You press enter, and then if there is anything related to a case study for traveling, there is someone that has done some research. This is bad alignment for the text, but that's a detail. And in all of that, you can just read their research. And if you agree with it, that's it. You don't need more than that. And that took you maybe 15 to 20 minutes to read the entire thing, because sometimes these people have content. That happens. But that's about it. And you don't need to do the research yourself if it's on something that already exists, because there is someone that has done the research for you at least once. That is my number one tips. Like if I really need like a case study things, I can just read through things that already exist and have a very good understanding of the market that that person has done research on. And if the research is well built, then I'm fine. And I don't need more than that. So the thing of research not taking or just taking 4 hours, for me, it's more like if it takes more than an hour, it starts to be too long. And with that in mind as well, here, these are splitted into different images, obviously, because that's how Behance works. But you can take an image from Behance, if it's like one of the big ass, long ass thing, and you can just drop it in ChatGPT or Claude and just ask it, summarize that. That it will summarize the thing for you, and you don't need to read the entire thing. That will maybe take you 15 minutes instead of 30 minutes. You know. how's the how's the design thing working? I mean, the HR department thing working. All that. So, I see. I see what that happens. So yeah, you fired the other designers. You need to hire someone else. I'm looking for something. Yeah. So yeah, Chris. Overall, I feel like the 1K is achievable. I think it shouldn't be the goal. I think it should be the results, if that makes sense. As in, you're not chasing for 1K per month, you're chasing for something, and 1K a month happen. But it's not the goal, if that makes sense. Like maybe it's better to say, I'm trying to achieve 5 clients, or I'm trying to achieve a full website design rather than just a landing page, for example. Yeah. Mm. Yeah. Getting better is a really good like it is a really good thing to have as a goal. It is the most complicated thing to check and quantify across time. Like you will be able to see things that you have done in the past and compare it to the thing that you are doing now, and you may say, oh, that's objectively better. But at some point, you may be able to look at things that you've done in the past, maybe in your first attempts at design, and say, shit, that was good. That was much better than what I'm doing right now. Because I wasn't biased by the thing I've seen, and I wasn't like biased by the rules. It was more interesting. So getting better again. I know that you are saying that mainly because it's chat and it is easier to explain it this way, but it's complicated. It's a hard thing to get. And Jonathan, good job on that. You both gonna miss the landing. I'm sorry about that. Yeah. I mean, Chris, I understand that the financial incentive can work on some people. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, right? If you can get paid, get paid. That's a good thing. But and if the incentive is a motivator for for transfer, then why not? Why not? It's yeah, no, I mean that's a brain is telling me a lot of things. That's also true. You don't know what I'm talking about. But it is also true, yes. The base of what I'm about to say is very simple. It makes a lot of sense to a lot of people that have worked in the past. If you want to do $1,000 of monthly recurring revenue, you need one client at 1,000, two clients at 500, four clients at 250, and so on. But you can also have one client at 12,000 and you're done for the year. That's the other one that you'd never think about because you are looking for the monthly recurring, where in reality, if you have like one client at 12, 14 taxes, need to think about that, you're done, you're good. So, you know, why not? I mean, I don't see why not. And you thinking no way, I feel it's limiting on his capabilities. Maybe, I mean, again, going back to what you said, he seems to be incentivized, sounding like a true CEO, by money. Maybe if there is a client at 12K, the amount of design and the thing that he would pump out would be amazing, and we don't know about that. Alan, hi. Yeah. I mean, I have seen things, Chris, and you probably have too. I have seen designers and devs be able to charge so much for outputs that I wouldn't consider even remotely good. So, you know, congrats, Jonathan, on landing at 54. Yeah, sadly, you have a lot of letters above yourself. So, you know, yeah, that's the thing. Also, Tony, that is pretty true. That is pretty true. No one is having weddings right now, for obvious reasons. I mean, other than Chris, I don't know anyone that is having kids. Nonetheless, all I'm saying is that I have seen people being paid 12K, 30K for clients, and maybe 12K is too much, and you think it's not achievable right now, or again, it's the marketing and the way that you're presenting the work that has been done in the past that kind of counts. Maybe 6K is enough, and it's done for 6 months, and maybe it's a 6 months project that is paid 1K per month with one client. You know, it really depends on whatever you want to do. But if the goal is to have like 1K recurring revenue per month, I don't know. Also, depending on the market you are targeting, that also is a thing. Like me looking for the Japan market for design, I would be paid 3 to 5K, maybe. Looking at the US market, if I was to go there, I would be paid 10 to 20 for the same design and stuff, just because it's a different type of output market type of thing. And also how much the market itself is valuing that stuff. So, yeah. We have seen some, yes. We haven't seen much of the finished products yet. Yeah. Like these things, I forgot who's who. I think yeah. There's this one. There is not the other ones. There is this one. But again, as I said last Friday, these are, there are some points that are pretty good. There have been more better design work done in all of the things that we shared, but yeah, overall, I don't think he has like a dribble / portfolio / thing yet. I think that should happen. Yeah. Again, the best thing that I would recommend for anyone trying to do some portfolio shots, then just get here. You're working on a browser-based thing. Done. You're working on a phone thing, and you want to showcase your app. Done. Like, you don't need 50,000 tools to basically achieve this. It's just it just works. Ta-da! I don't know. That's a bit bright. But I mean, that is the easiest way to showcase something, and I'm not saying that it will work every time, but when I'm posting something that has like one of these designs or one of these backgrounds, it most of the time it works. It's good. So that best recommendations just for static content. Anything that is video is going to be Screen Studio, just because I have an affiliate link for that, but it's macOS only, so that's already complicated. But yeah, that's going to be the recommendation. Mm-hmm. No, I think he should share things that he's not happy with. It's the it's the growth that is important for a lot of hiring people, but also for a lot of other designers. So seeing what has been the initial thing help so much. As in, I think Denny has that. I'm unsure. I need to check that out. I now have doubts. Ah. I forgot if he had done that. I don't think he did. Nonetheless, like this showcase from Denny for VidMount that we've been working on and off. The preview is pretty simple. You just have like most of these things are coming from shots, shot.so, and all of that is just very, very, very simple presentation. There has been some feedbacks. There has been some. I need to go on Reddit, but I don't like it. They have like research and things, and I think he did like all of the wireframes and sketches and things like this is, to me, the most important thing, because you can see how the person grew from basically this wireframe thing right there, and then like that was the initial ID, and from that they ended up with the thing that we have at the top. And you see growth, and that's the most important thing. Like how you can take something that is that complex and that boring, not fun, to something that makes sense and work for the client and all that. So keep everything in it. Going back to the Behance things for the case studies that I was on earlier, a ton of the case studies have sketches. Like I think this one has sketches, if I remember correctly. It's been a while that I've seen this though. Not this one, but these are really not good. And the design itself is not my type, but it doesn't matter. A ton of these have like the sketches, and when I'm saying the sketches on pen and paper, like really a rough sketch on a napkin to showcase how you go from the initial sketch to the output. That's important. So yeah, don't remember. I don't remember. There is so many every time. Also, I'm just looking for case studies, so that doesn't help. And I don't have, because I don't have like a portfolio that makes sense or that has that type of content, I can't really show you. But I think I have some. I think. Yeah. Maybe? No. God damn it. Well, as always, when I'm looking for something, can't find the thing in question, so that's gonna be complicated. And even if I search, that's not gonna work. That's for sure not gonna work. God damn it. Basically, some of the things that I've done in the past where I wireframed on paper, pieced them together with tape, and then added that to project previews. And I can't find it. God damn it. Like shit like, I mean, I showcased that in the past, but shit like this might make no sense to most people, but just having that in a case study or in a presentation will potentially help other people to understand the thought process and how you came from this to something that is a bit more digital version of the post-its and sticky notes, and that may help. God damn. Shit like this. That makes no sense. You see this? You don't get it. But if I can showcase that there has been some thinking and then some explanation of the thinking, and then moving on to something a bit more simplified, that is just progress on the content, and that makes sense. That's all that I'm saying. Other than that, yeah. No, I know. I know what you meant, but I'm saying wireframes, sketches, all of that to be implemented. So if there is something that he thinks isn't good enough or not good anymore, still showcase it. As in, I don't think that this project that I did in 2010 was a good idea, nor was it good at the time or for the time. And I still have it. It's still presented as a potential project thing, but it is from 2010. And it's not good. I have others in there, including things that just absolutely makes no sense, but they are here. And that whole thing is it's just bad design, no accessibility. Overall it doesn't work, and I wouldn't create this now, but for the time, it still works. So if that makes sense. But yeah, so much shit that I don't have, haven't used or seen or done. Like when I'm looking at it now, I'm like, that shouldn't exist. That accessibility thing makes no sense. Yet, at the time when I did that, that unlocked a job for me. So, maybe. Like the transition between this to this, I mean, it's going from bad to bad. But at that time, it looked better. And I was happy with that. Also, it was the period where everyone is doing or was doing some extremely rounded things, so much different. But yeah, so if there is some things that have been not good or not appreciated anymore, still keep it and present it. And the good thing to do is to have it in a timeline in a way that makes sense. So if you have made it in 2021, let's say, or maybe in 2020, I don't know, and you felt good about it at the time, talk about what you thought was good. And then if you are talking about it now, talk about what you would change, or maybe redesign something that you have done as a project. And yeah. Yeah, I've seen that in the past. I think the overall like ID for Centros right now is mostly like getting content and doing as much as possible to be able to showcase as much as possible. So as far as of now, there is the design challenges thing that happens once a week or twice, 3 times a week, I think. 2 times a week, I forgot how many you wanted to do. Doesn't matter. But the goal is going to be having the ability to showcase things. The best, I hate it because the thing that I'm about to say is what I should do, and I hate doing it, so I'm not doing it. But if you can do it on your side, do it. The best thing to do as a designer to showcase your project is to go from 0 to 100 and show the progress. So if the challenges of design challenge is currently 3 a week, make it 1 a week, but showcase the steps. As in step 1, we were doing some research. Step 2, we were doing some wireframes. Step 3, we were doing some testing on the wireframes. Step 4, we were doing some high fidelity checks. Step 5, validation with the clients. Step 6, client didn't like this. Redesign and recheck. Steps 7 and 8. Step 9, validated. We move on to the next screens. Step 10, hand off to devs. Like, showcasing the things either in video format, in carousels on Instagram or LinkedIn, same thing. All of that, like the process is gonna be the most important thing for hiring people, hiring managers, not hiring people, and for people that hire people, HR person, but also for clients, because they will see, oh, that person is organized, they have a process that they follow, and we can see from step 1 to step 15 the progress that happened along the way. That whole thing is what basically sells your project and or design and or skills. And that's what I should do, but I don't have the time nor the energy to do that, nor the willpower. Yeah. Yeah. The posting every day is the best recommendation that we have for content creation in every platform. Right now, TikTok is just amazing for that. And I know. I know. I know how it sounds, but I have seen so many people lives being changed by posting on the daily on social media. And then one day, after 3 years of 300 views, someone or one of their video just blew up. And then from yesterday I had 300 views, today I have 300,000 followers. That 300,000 followers just bring me the ability to reach out to brands. Brands give me things for free, pay me to just do a video, and now I can just do whatever the fuck I want just because I posted every day for 2 years. Like, that's the type of hockey stick things. So yeah, the thing is, the people that I've seen have been in school, and the type of content that have existed when it comes to design, it might be a 30-second video, it might be a 1-minute video, it might be something that can be recorded and edited in 15 minutes. So if you do, let's say you plan on doing some content creation, video related and or carousels. Carousel is going to be the easiest way, but whatever. Video is the hardest. I'm going to take video as an example. So if you know that you don't have enough time during the week to do the content thing, you do the content thing on Saturday or Sunday. Because the design that you do might take you a day, right? That's a thing. It happens. It might take you 20 minutes, I don't know. But if it takes you a day and you record or you take screenshot of what you're doing every hour, you may have 6 small recordings of nothing, and then you can post that throughout the week, and then you show that for the next week, and you do the same thing on the next Sunday. You showcase, this is where I'm starting, this is a blank canvas, we're doing this, we're doing some research, and then you record like 30 seconds to a minute of video explaining what's happening, and then you stop the video, you save it, you start a new video that showcase how, based on the research that you've just done, it impacts the wireframes. 30 seconds to a minute. Save it, Move to the next one. You do that, that takes you like 3 hours of the day on a Sunday, and you're done for the content of the week. So it doesn't take that much time, and it ensures that there is like some sort of a consistency on the platform. And yeah, and if there is a day that something happened and you can't post, fine. What I've seen most of the time is that the, the people that have used the post every day strategy, if there is a day where they can't for some reason, they will just do a selfie type of shit, taking a shit, talking about some stuff, and then saying, okay, bye. And after 45 seconds, that's the video for the day. That's it. And it took them like literally 45 seconds to record it, maybe 15 seconds to post it. That's done. That really isn't that like hard to do, and I should do the same thing. I just can't push myself to do it. But if you can, it is the easiest way to reach the 1K a month target that you have. Like really the easiest way, because you don't need much, and things comes to you faster than you thought it would if you are consistent. But the same thing is, it's just consistency at the end of the day. If you are consistent and you can do the same thing for a long period of time, you will see growth and progress. Going back to Farrell earlier, he's been doing buttons for a while and now his buttons are great. Not that it matters, but you know, that. Yeah, it also depends on the person, Chris, when it comes to the personality, and would he be okay with being on camera? Would he be comfortable speaking, like voiceover, or showing his face or not showing his face? That's a lot of things that can also take a toll on mental health and like abilities in general. But if you can do it, that's pretty good. Like I'm personally doing it yeah, on stream, basically doing it, ensuring that I have posted the same, or that I am here for the schedule that has been defined. So yeah, I mean, you would be surprised, but people with accent, depending on the type of accent, sometimes they are more appreciated than the people with no accent. As in, if I take the French accent, you know, some people prefer if I were to speak the French accent on stream, because I am French, therefore I shouldn't be able to speak English. And that makes a lot of sense for a lot of people that are watching. That type of thing. That is, see, that is appreciated by some people, disliked by others. Overall, if the accents sound different than other people, in some region and in some places, it is more appreciated. So based on how and where the content is consumed, that, yeah, that makes sense. But I don't know. I don't know the accent. I don't know that accent specifically. I'm thinking about it, but I don't know. I don't think I know. What do you mean you wouldn't like the French accent for 3 hours in a row? Hmm? You wouldn't like me talking about design in a very French accent with the snobism that exists with the French? Mm-hmm. I could. I could. Yeah, I know. I mean, four languages is really impressive already. So that's the thing. That's the thing that I have seen with YouTube channel lately that have had um, their content translated or dubbed in other platforms or in other channels specifically to reach a broader audience. So if you have four languages and you mastered four languages and you can do the same video in four languages, like more power to you, because you could have, like, I don't know, Monday is Japanese. I don't know the languages. Wednesday is English. Friday is French, and Sunday is whatever. I don't know. But it's the same video four times in a week, and it's on the schedule. It's just different languages based on the day. So the people that speak Japanese will only come on Mondays because they know that the video is going to come out on Monday, and then when they come back on Wednesday, it's the English version, but it's the same content. And therefore, they will just come back every Monday for that type of for that type of content, you know. And it could work. It could work. I don't know. I don't know. It would be weird, but it could work. I could have like the Friday French, the French Friday, because Friday French all day. Speak French for an hour. I couldn't. I wouldn't. I wouldn't be able to. I wouldn't be able to. Not really. Think about it. You ask a question in English, and I just réponds en français. Je commence à parler français pendant 15 minutes. J'en sais rien. Je pense pas que ça va marcher. C'est chelou. C'est chelou. Personne va comprendre. Personne va comprendre ce que je vais dire. That makes no sense. Not an option. You know. Um, yeah, but like two people will understand the French. Okay, hi, we're going in. What do you mean it's the first time you hear me speak French? No. It's not. It's not. Um, and Chris, for the Gen Z slangs, I think they're fun. I mean, it depends which one you have. And based on the country, you have different Gen Z slangs, obviously. The one I have in Japan is different than the one that I hear most of the days from the US, which is also different than the one that I have in France. But that that happens. Go back to luck. Huh. Yeah, that's probably why. Kana, hi, welcome in. Thanks a lot for the shout out yesterday. I appreciate that. Yesterday? Not yesterday. 2 days ago. On Friday. Appreciate it. Maybe. On Saturday. I don't know what day it was. That was you? Well, I appreciate it. I mean, glaze, if you think about glazed as in donuts, there might be a link to what happened when you're glazed and not a donut. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. Don't make the rules. I mean, don't make the rules. That's not a me thing. A GTA location guesser. Huh. I mean, bra makes sense. Bra makes sense. Yeah, no, that I'm fine with that. I'm fine with bra. Bra. It depends how. Yeah. It depends on the pronunciation. If it's more of a bro thing, I don't like it. Uh, I don't have a 7-year-old, obviously, for obvious reasons. Yeah. Stony, what is a GTA location guesser? Yeah, that is pretty good. Yeah. I, oh, I mean, that's a very good end of sentence. Bruh, come on. Come on. I finished the dinner already. Yeah, I get it. Um, what do you mean you don't host your version anywhere? Well, are you designing the thing? That's gonna be the question, because if you're not designing it at all that is cloud hosted, what do you do? What are you doing? Ah. Nothing is ready for prod. Don't worry about it. Look at that. That is ready for prod to an extent. Like I just did that. And it thank you, that's gonna be perfect. I like the fact that the prompter on this side recognizes HTTP localhost as a link, but the chat on the back doesn't. It just says that's text. That's sad. That is sad. Anyways, this thing, right? It's prod ready, but when I released it in the first time, it wasn't like really prod ready. Now I'm happy with it. So you know, I'm fine with it. I really don't like this thing at the bottom. I think I need the bar to be brighter, and I don't want to make it white, but I might have to. Just show me a screenshot. That's the thing. Like, it doesn't need to be prod ready. If it's a screenshot, it works. I mean, white is fine-ish. Shit, I forgot to press something. Also on stream, it looks much different. Like, everything looks brighter than what it is in real life-ish. I don't think you would be able to see anything if I do that as a difference, but because it's the rainbow thing, but the bottom nav is darker than. Also, it's absolutely pink, but you may be able to see the difference in between the contrast in between the two, but also it is rainbow. Um, so you know, dang. Yeah, he did, and now I have notifications all day long. Um, yeah, I mean my monitor is not color corrected either, so you say blue would look fine. The blue is fine. It's just blue is an option. Ah, I mean every colors are an option. Someone is asking, like, someone has asked in the feedbacks saying, I want a rainbow themed where any progress is a different color on random, and any like, yeah, any, I mean everything is a different color, so that is just on random and you don't define it. So yeah. You tell me right now, is that the interface that you have? As in, these are the buttons, these are the text, these are the grays that you're using. Overall, the layout is image sidebar, which is similar to what we have here, like sidebar image. Is that like roughly the ID? You get an in-game selfie and you compete to guess the location the fastest. So it's a GeoGuessr type thing, but for GTA map. I see. So you get this selfie, and you need to figure out on this map where it's coming from. I see. What type of... what type of things are you willing to hear? um, like, are you looking for feedback? That's the first thing. Are you not? And also, do you want functionality feedback, visual feedback, potential improvements? I haven't seen much as well. I'm just going on a whim from what I can see and my understanding of how it works. So just, I mean, you said spare it all. I know, you know. I'm thinking about GeoGuessr as well, as a thing. I don't have a lot of knowledge about it, as always. The only thing that I have is the other bitch that is extremely fast at GeoGuessr. the guy that does the microsecond figuring it out. That's the only thing that I know about it. Yeah, it's really impressive. Lately I've been having the it's a blur, it's just blue. I feel like it's Mexico, or I feel like it's somewhere, and it is. Like, God damn. Um, Impressive. Anyways, from that types of videos that we've seen, I would swap the size of the things. So I've seen how slow this loaded. I don't know. It's probably going to be improved in the future, but I would probably have the selfie take way more space and the map take way less space. And then when you want to guess, you click on the map extend to this size and you can navigate it, rather than having the selfie that small with the magnifying glass hover thing that you had, like right here. It feels like you could just have the image way bigger to see the image, and then once you know, you can just click on the map, zoom in, which, as I can tell, the map has good-ish quality, and then do that. That was the opposite side. God damn it. But yeah, that works. I like that. Or that. You're probably talking at the same time that I can't hear, to be honest. But yeah, that's the first thing that I saw and was thinking about when it comes to the size of things. I feel like the overall thing of ensuring that the image is shared bigger, and like you have the details of the selfie, and then you can expand the map. That makes more sense to me. Again, this is taken mostly from what I've seen from GeoGuessr. When it comes to the previous screens, which are these, yeah. Dang. Yeah. Take what's working. I mean, I understand that you take it as it will be copying GeoGuessr and therefore not as original as you think it could be. The thing is, it is a proven pattern and it has been an adopted pattern. So if the pattern is common and familiar with the users, they will absolutely understand in a split second how the thing works, because it works the same way as the other thing. As in, if you see an app with a tab bar at the bottom, you kind of know how tab bars work in general, right? You have icons, you tap on them, you navigate pages. It looks different, but the pattern is the same. And the behavior is the same. And there is some animation that changes, but most of the time, most of the things, most of the content is the same. So for you, if you have something that is supposed to be a GTA guesser, it is already a GeoGuessr in the name, and it's based on the same concept. It's not really the different, as in we have the no pan option in GeoGuess as far as I know. Or maybe this is just a difficulty level that the other guy is doing. But yeah, like it's a one thing. Anyways, sorry, the brain went into so many things in one go. So that's the idea. I have questions when it comes to this. I don't really see. What's the goal? There is also another thing that comes in my head that is pretty true and that might works and might be more true to you specifically. Someone else in the past have been doing some GTA related websites and we worked on that. The overall consensus when it came to that design was, as much as we could, kind of keep the GTA aesthetic and get something that was as close as possible to the in-game browser, in-game menus, in-game things to be as familiar as possible. That's a take. I'm not saying that it's good, but it might work. What's that, Stoney? Shit. I was close. That's... Huh. Huh. I feel like it's gonna be not there, but like there. But no. Ah, close. That's way too far away. Yep. Yeah, but I mean, that's my thing right here. Like this whole view as of right here kind of doesn't need to be that small. I would really inverse both of these things to, I guess, get that like a that size 1200 if I could, but I can't because it's fixed things. Nonetheless, would. Oh. Yeah, I would even go further than that. Like the base is this, and I would basically just swap the two in my eyes. And based on the overall like map and how it is, I would probably get something along the line of along the line of um like minimap behavior. What do you mean 0 points? Um yeah, you know what? That's probably gonna work better. I will kill people. What do you mean you don't have GTA? Nope. Why is my brain blocking on this one? There's the other one. There is the secondary website that does UI database, but it's not like UI source, and it's not UI maker. Dang. That's the one, the purple one. Do we have GTA on this one? Just 5 screenshots with GTA. God damn it. I want one with outside. Dang. This. Not entirely, but that's basically what I have in mind, where you would have the screenshot, the entirety of the selfie that takes the whole thing right here. And then you have the minimap, which is basically the map that you need to pin the person on, where the map is usually placed in game, so that the people that have the habit of looking at the map, they can click on the map where they are used to click on it. That's the first thing. And then this is, to me, better than having the satellite type map, because it's the in-game map design. Might be more complex to do, though. I'm not gonna say that otherwise. But that, to me, would be a better, more natural interface to just have. Like, you have the selfie, you see the place, you see everything, and then you can click on the minimap, it expands the maps, you pin it, and you can navigate in between the two. And then when you validate, it tells you if you are close, not close, whatever. Main goal being in-game behavior, in-game habits. Makes sense. Then, going back to that section, I don't like the design per se, but it's the same point, is ensuring that the user that plays GTA feel at home. If you bring them into a UI that is, personally, this is not good, but it's also extremely simple to put in place, because it's squares, and sometimes you have a bit more squares, but most of the time it is a square. So that rectangles all the way. That, for all of your selections, all of your things, just see the difference. You enter this to find a game, Or you enter the exact same background image, but instead of this gray and orange overlay, you get the black and green overlay that is common in GTA, if it's GTA 5. Or you end up here. That sounds like so much out of GTA. If it's in Trevor modes, I don't think I have any Trevor options, because, you know, I don't play the game. Apparently we only have Franklin type UI. That doesn't matter though. That orange because it's that character, I guess. Probably. Nonetheless, doesn't change much in the fact that if you had selfies in different places with different characters, and you could select the character, and when you select the character, the color scheme change. Could be good. Could be good, you know. If, again, if in the game the color scheme of the game changed based on the character that you're playing, and you're playing the GTA Gazer through Franklin, the GTA Gazer UI is green. You're playing through Trevor selfies, the GTA Gazer UI is orange and black. Could work. I mean, here maybe, but nonetheless, my point remains the same. I feel like, again, personal, a UI like this with the minimap on the bottom left would make way more sense, because it's basically what you would have in game. When I'm looking at this and the selfie that we have, not saying that the selfie itself is good, but if I had the minimap right there, like this map right here, I feel like I would be fine with that. Would make sense. It's where I'm used to see the things. And then maybe you have like the guess on the map title just above, I don't know, on that corner. But I doubt that this corner of the view would be, how can I say that? Vital to know where the thing has been taken. But maybe I'm wrong. That's a hill. I feel like it's either here or here. Not that I'm playing the game. It's gonna be on the other side. It is on the other side. I just want it to be like on this side of the map because everything has been on here so far, which is sad. See? Makes no sense. Ah. Good guess. You have mountains in the back, you have the peaks, and you can see the cross of the street right there, which is basically, if I can see both, which is probably that, I'm guessing it's not these, and I don't want to zoom in because that's cheating. I'm taking a selfie from here and I'm seeing that I have taken the picture right here. Yeah. No zooming in. I have never played the game, by the way. I just want to make that clear. I don't know what I'm doing. Uh, that's either here or there, but it could be there. Uh, I'm just looking at the roads and how they go. Like this one is going straight up and then it's curving a tad. But the other thing that I'm seeing is that big ass greenery, which is here we have big ass greenery. We don't have big ass greenery much, and we don't really have another curving either this way. Like it's gonna be one of these teeny tiny in here, so I'm gonna just drop a pin at random. Not so far off. Color scheme makes sense. That is a tiny island. That's tiny. How do you want me to figure it out from this far away without zooming in? It's basically right there, like right in the middle of the buildings. Yeah. I was not so far off. Anyways, UI based on the game is gonna be gonna make my experience as a player much better because I know the interface. It makes more sense. Nonetheless, that is one detail and a half. And you have this, you have your name, your game, your things. I don't think that's necessary, but that's fine. Looking at these specifics, these are left-right switches. So things like the left-right switches that we define on this thing right there could work to just select the right one. And then the same thing for the map. I don't think there is like a drop down in the game. Yeah. You can do left, right, without hiding the content. So let's say I have selection number 1, which is my main selection. I'm gonna make that orange. And then I have option number 2, and that's gonna be white at like, I don't know, 20%. It's on the side. Option number 3 is gonna be here, and then right like this. And then maybe I'm gonna have left and right arrows on both sides, and that is where you click, but it's a rotating thing, so it's left, right. Maybe, I don't know. Right, it's still like, it keeps the behavior and the UX of the game with displaying the thing that you need to have. So if there is like 6 modes and you're just showcasing 5 of them instead of 6, the 6th one is basically gonna be here. When things are gonna scroll, that's gonna happen with the selector thingy, and you're gonna be good. You know, just basically doing that. and then indenting itself, and then these two are gonna slide up to the other side. So it's just rotating, like a console player things. And it's just an ID. It's just an ID. It is an ID. I don't know. Or drop down. If drop downs are options and you can just expand things, that works. Like you could have your map, mode, difficulty, how to play, and multiplayer as map, mode, difficulty, how to play, multiplayer, right there. Then when you click on something, it expands like the same way that this expands. It's a bit annoying because you need to go through everything to select the content and the modes that you want to have, but you maintain the behavior that people are used to. So that's the only thing. But if there is like a drop down, use a drop down. But like the same thing here. Do you know all of the haircut options that you have? Or do you cycle through them in order to find the one you like? Based on the game, I think you cycle through them to find the one you like, and then you move on. So I feel like it wouldn't really be an issue. Again, I don't know shit about the game. As in other maps, or as in other games? Would it be just based on the map, though? Yeah. Right there. Yeah, I've seen that. How many do you want to have? Because technically we just have 6. Almost. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 at the top. And each button changed based on, or each button UI changed the UI underneath? I don't know. Different games available. Maybe. I wish. I wish I had access to this. I see. That's what I was looking for. Cool. So, this is shit. So this is where we were. And 4. So 4 and that's the same. There's the same UI type. I see. The concept is the same. As far as I can tell, the map is similar, not identical, but similar. The menu, from what I can see, is roughly the same. Like, these heading titles and heading titles are the same. The content in it is a tad different, but that's fine. Right. it's the same value, so you could go with whichever is feeling the best or the most appropriate for the design of the website. Or not me going absolutely against what I just said, or you could just do your own design. But I feel like it, again, I feel like it would be much better to have like a UI that makes sense for the player. Selfie here, map right there, seems to be the behavior that there is on any game so far. Yeah, I mean, these two are the same. You know, maybe. And I understand what you're saying about changing the UI based on the map or the game that has been selected. Are you... You said you want to add more games. Just GTA? Or do you want to add more games? As in Call of Duty? I mean, website is called GTA Guess, so for now. Game Guesser? I don't know. I think GTA Guesser works because of GeoGuessr, because GEO and GTA. Fine. Well, you know. But if it is different games, at least 4 GTAs, and I know. And you just want to be in the GTA universe. Do we have screenshots of the in-game of, I mean, not on Game UI database, that's for sure, but do we have screenshots of trailers and in-games from the new one? Because if we do, and you make the website as close as the new one as possible, then it's just keeping it up to date with the games, and you can retro play with the previous games, but the website has the newer layout. Again, if that's the case, that's not the case, but from all of the screenshots that we have, image in the bottom left, player in the center, seems to be a thing. Seems. That's gonna be crazy. I mean, I can't really do my brain thing on a map like this. No, I can. I can. That's interesting. So, to recap what I'm saying, not the right button. Not against the custom UI for the entire website. That's not a bad idea. I just feel like overall the previous, like the pre-game section, can be custom. Would be better, in my opinion, to have something that is tight to how GTA is currently built. That's the first thing. In game, I would have a layout that is highly similar to what the in-game look, as in selfie in the center, tiny right there for what you're seeing right now, minimap right here, where it's used to be on the game or in the game, and you have access to it by clicking on it. I agree with that. I agree that the map on the left feels wrong, and I would rather have the map on the right, but it doesn't match with what the game has. I mean, as far as I remember, right side is the phone, isn't it? Like it's your smartphone that is here, and you have the map on the other side. I have never played the game, so I don't know. So then, but at least having the image bigger. That's what I'm saying. After that, I don't know why Stony wants more love, other than the fact that it's MUI, which I understand. But overall, MUI works. You know? And if it works, and we good, it's really only for the people that know the game. They wouldn't be able to do that. I like how you have that, though. We didn't go through that. I like that. And not as a design. But I like that as a tracking of bitch, can you pose? What the fuck? As a tracking of points. So how many questions would you have? Do you know? I feel like I'm gonna yeah, that's what I have in mind. Fuck me. This bitch right there. Like if you I mean, yeah, I am biased with GeoGuessr base, as in you have this, you have the minimap here, and then you just, I mean, you can look around, which I agree, but if you don't and you just here, I have the map, I have the minimap, and if I click on the minimap, I can, oh, there is sound. That's crazy. Sorry. That, you know, could work, might work. I don't know. That feels like Algeria because there is some French around here. Not that I'm guessing, but yeah, that was close by. Similar things. Nonetheless, the points system or the table on the left side that you have here, I feel like the overall horizontal would make more sense based on the amount of entries you need to have. So if you have 6 rounds, that would make sense. If you don't, I don't know. That looks, I was about to say that looks American, but it doesn't, but it does. Yeah, that is US. That's gonna be one of these. No, quite the opposite. Cool. Are we in the same continent? I don't know. Not that I care. Mm. Multiplayer is 1-1 or multiplayer is 17 people. Up to 8. God damn it. I see. I see. Alright. 1 second. Stoney said that earlier. I know he wants it. If let's say we have selfie here. It's gonna be a big face. Nope. A selfie somewhere. And we don't want to be too close to GeoGuessr, and we don't want to be too left. Minimap? Around here, I feel like the round minimap would be interesting. And it would expand on hover or something. I don't know. I feel like that's interesting. And then on the other side, maybe, because you know, you have the phone size, which the phone is usually here, but we are swapping things. Table that is there to track each players in it. So if you have like 2 players, it's going to be this height. If you have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe, I don't know. And each of the lines, I would say it's line base, is just the cumulative amount of points that the user has. And you could expand them to see what are the points that they have made on each of the games. Whatever. This could be retracted to just see yourself and your points. And then it can be expanded so that you can have the rest of the players. That is kind of what I have in mind. That that face is too much. Don't look at me like this. That's much better. That could work as a concept, as another concept saying the exact same thing as earlier, being this is the phone, therefore this is where you have some text related things, and then you have the minimap here, and on hover it expands. Like maybe on hover it just does this, so that you can go through it, and it goes back there. You know. That's crazy. That's what I'm doing. I'm thinking about start with what you're showing and after clicking on the map transitioning with side panel. What I have right now. I don't know. Yeah, so you're looking around, you have your selfie, you zoom in with your hourglass, and you're like, ah, it's probably around here. Click on it, and yes, I don't know. And then maybe you look at the score. It just expands when you're hovering in the score. You have yourself at the top, and you know, options. I'm gonna change something because that makes more sense. While mouse enter, gonna go there, mouse leave. I mean mouse leave, whatever, to be honest. Then the same thing here. Mouse enter, mouse leave. It's gonna make more sense that we can move around. You can have that, and then you're like, okay, cool. You can look at the score, you read the scores, you're good. Yeah, that makes more sense. I don't know. No, not the round one. Sorry. Better? Makes no sense. I don't think the side panel is a good idea, but that's a personal thing. And you may want to be able to do just that, as in on click you move here, and then that background selfie is gonna be the opposite, where this just goes over. You can move around and then you have it as a preview. I doubt this is gonna work, but we can test. If I click on that, yeah, it's not gonna work. Why? Yeah, I need to stand up, that's true. That is true. You. Oh, god dang. Oh, I'm old. God dang, thank you. I don't know. I feel like it could work. It could make it easier so that, let's say you know exactly where you need to go, so you can just be there. Then you need to zoom in to be extremely precise. You do that, you expand, you can move around, all of that. You can still access this, potentially. And then you would have like the button to potentially like say, guess. That's the word I was looking for. And then you guess. I don't know. But I get it. I get it. Again, the main point that I have is just keeping the UI from the game, as you said, because the game, you want most of the games, if not all of the games, if possible, they will be different. So I get it. Different type of thing to achieve. I don't know. Other than that, I feel like most of the content is pretty good in terms of behavior. This model right here is a bit too wide to me, for me, based on the content that is currently in it. Like it should be half of the width. There is no need to be like that wide. It just makes no sense. So yeah, I would make it half of the width for sure, and just in the center, because that's all you need. Other than that, color scheme works. Behavior here is just as you said. Like this is working on it for the loading time. I don't know much, but I would load a very, very, very low quality of it, and then load another version of it, or a higher quality on top if the internet allows it, and then a higher on top if the internet allows it. So yeah, staggered loading. I forgot what's the name. There is a library that does this, and I don't know the name. Obviously, I'm not a dev. So yeah, overall, right there. No, right here. Am I right? I'm not right. Oh, it could be there. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, I don't know. And then you say you need to think about mobile. Why? Mobile is an entirely different thing. Like, you need a... You basically will have priorities. It would probably be in portraits. Yeah, it would probably be in portraits. That's what you want to do. You could make it in landscape for the phone to be like wider, but it's gonna be a bit more annoying. Not a bit more annoying, but like a bit more better. Yeah, you would end up with this. That that would be the behavior for sure. Hmm. Yeah. So I obviously don't know enough about the game as a whole to be able to say something that makes sense, but I don't think the selfie is that important. As in, now that I'm thinking about it, compared to GeoGuessr. GeoGuessr, the option and the benefits of having um, the map. Have a good rest of your day, Chris. Take care of yourself. Not the not the magnifying glass, but just like the yeah. The thing that I was about to say is like if you're on Google Maps and you look around on GeoGuessr, you would have the ability to find things that would give you the um like the hint, as in I'm gonna go back there, as in if I'm bitch no, oh for fuck's sake, what the fuck. Oh, oh, huh. I don't know if that's make any difference. I doubt it. Oh, it does. Cool. Does it? It does. It's the same. Crazy. Um, if I'm here and I can look around and I can zoom on things, which is basically the same thing as the hourglass or magnifying glass type of thing, but I can do that and read things, as in nettoyage à sec, laverie, and repassage et emballage. That is very French, as I was saying earlier. There is French, so that will give me a hint of where the thing is. Here, I either know the building or I don't. There is no way that something on here, from what I'm seeing right now, will give me a hint of, oh, that thing is supposed to be somewhere like around here, or like that. It doesn't seem like that. So I don't think the selfie being non-movable would give me an edge on knowing where things are better than what GeoGuessr is doing, if that make any sense. I don't think it does, but you know. So now that I'm thinking about that and saying maybe the picture is not that important, therefore, if the picture is not that important, And the map is the most important thing. It's the opposite of what I've designed here. Like the map would be the selfie that is like this when you start, and it's on top of the map. And then when you start moving around in the map, it just retracts to the smaller version. You can just expand it when necessary. So that could maybe. To basically start here, and you start moving around there, it retracts, it can move around. Then you want to zoom in on something, you zoom in on something, then you sure, you move around a bit, you select the thing, you press guess, you're good. That now feels more natural based on the fact that it doesn't move and I can't move around at all. Like to me, that would be a better thing. Therefore, your overall layout, which is the same as this one technically, works. But I don't know. I don't know. But again, if I play the game and I'm playing this game here, when I'm saying play the game, I'm saying like playing GTA as a base. If I see this and I know these bricks, or I know this tent, or I know something, I would probably know like almost immediately where the thing is supposed to be. And yeah, that's why I'm thinking maybe the picture's not that important now. I don't know. I'm confused. I think that's where I'm gonna stop thinking about it. Is it that building? It's not that building. It's not curvy enough. Also, the floor is supposed to be kind of white, so maybe it's just the sun. It's probably just the sun. That is the previous building that we were on earlier, like the grey one. For sure. For sure. Let me random here. I don't think it's there. I think it's the other side. Yep. Huh? Lie. So overall, right? I feel like that's the main things. A lot of thinkings for no reason, to be honest. Did you? I don't think you did. That's where we were. Or did you mean on the map a second ago? If that's the case, yes, it was. I mean, please share. Yeah. I can take a look. You had an ohm card question earlier. Oh yeah, the thing about dark mode, light mode thingy. You said you said. God damn, I can't see your fucking message. I don't think I have. I don't think I have access to that chat. Dark mode card on light mode. Yes. You're welcome, Kanna. If you have more questions, feel free to ask. I mean, I know it wasn't really a question from you. Oh, you mean the fact that here I'm using... I know you can't see shit. The fact that... Bitch. The fact that... Here... I'm using the dark mode content when you're looking at that. Bitch. Oh! 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 It's just because it's not really that I'm using the dark mode, it's that I'm using the colors of the dark mode because it's better for contrast and accessibility for the cards. Yes. And Grizz, just share an image. The image is fine. And you're saying about this, right? Because this thing has some things, as in dark mode instead of. I mean, I don't mind. I don't mind the other option. It's just feel kind of out of place like this. But it's not a non-option. Like if you want the thing to be more blended in like the rest, it works. I read that. Shit. Why is Figma so slow? God damn. The thing is, you can't really like the other things, like that card right here. You can't really define and ensure that it's gonna work, mainly because of these. You kind of need some sort of a darker-ish background to ensure that the content is going to be visible and be good. And if I were to not do that, but do the white version instead to have the content highlighted, it's just not good enough, at least not for me. And yeah, I don't know. Like, based on the fact that it just doesn't happen. Like, we try to do that here, and I don't think this is good. I think this is bad. I think this should be not a gradient, but we have a gradient in the other places. Like, this is much better than this. If I do that, we fucked. So, you know. Yeah, I don't know. This whole thing needs like a redesign for accessibility, which is what we did here, but obviously it didn't work. Oh, I think I know what it is. Did this content take something? No, it didn't. God damn it. To be checked. And you said what about the player? The player background? Sorry. The player background? What you want about it? Also, if something is dark somewhere, it stands out. So, based on where it is and what it is, that's was the reason why I put it in high contrast in the first place. Hmm. I see. I see. I see. Uh, I think the text is too small. That's good. Me too. Don't worry about it. Um, and you know you can have 2 pages. It's not recommended, but you can have a secondary page with education and other things. Like the most important thing is going to be your experience right here that the people are going to probably read, maybe. Um, but I mean, a human wouldn't, but a scanner would. That's the thing. So my personal resume has 2 pages. The second page is just filled with the skill words because I know that the people will probably not check that, but that basically ranked me higher in the ATS scanners. And then when they open the thing, there is like 5 or 6 experience in the first pages. And then on the second page, there is the education and the skills. That's it. And if for you it's easier to have like experience, education, things, second page, skills, education, um, I use teal. So if you go with teal, they have a resume builder that basically gives you like a base templates. And I'm not saying most of it is free, but most of it is free. The paid tier thingy is mostly for accessing other thing, like the analytics and the in-depth analytics, all of that. So yeah, it generated a pretty good CV overall. And also the ranking is pretty good, or helpful at least, so that you know based on the thing that I use and I showcased many times is if you are here, let's say I'm looking for a job, and I find something that is pretty good, and I'm reading this and I'm like, that's pretty good. I can go on the tier thing and check, save the job, add it to my job tracking, and then with that, I can, once it's saved, go on the Teal app, check with the resume matching thing, and if the content makes sense and my resume matches, you know, it helps. So, sorry, I'm seeing things that are very, 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 very Japanese. As in, you have the annual paid leave, yes, once a year. And then you have the year's end and New Year vacations, yes. And you have 2 days off per week, the Saturday and Sunday. That is part of the package. Every time that cracks me up. That is extremely Japanese. God damn. God damn. I might apply to one of the Microsoft things at some point. I might need to. But yeah, other than that, the resume, the content is something that I would never read. Um, I think your CV is too tiny. I think the text is too small. Therefore, I'm not going to read that. As a hiring person, I'm mostly going to read your titles and companies, and then maybe if I can, which I can't, I would read the time at which you started, at which you ended, so that if I see like 2022, 2023, I'm guessing 1 year. 2021, 2022, guessing 1 year as well. 2019, 2021, 2 years. That's, yeah. Even though it's not true, right? Because it's February to December, it's like longer, but still. Oh, I know. It's mostly on the accessibility of the resume itself. I don't like that. Yeah, I think it works. It's just the design of it and the accessibility of it. Yeah, it looks like a first draft thing. My main issue with it, I'm looking at it from far away, but my main issue with it is the hierarchy of information in the page is not good. You have your titles that are visible, and then you have your content per experience that is really tiny because you want to explain and have so much things in there, which it makes sense. Don't get me wrong on that. But the links have a bigger text, a bigger font than these, which makes no sense because these should be secondary things when the person wants to get access to the DLCs. So for me, the contact, the portfolio links should be at the top right there, 4 lines. That it makes sense. And then that leave a bit more space around here. The text here for the experience should be bigger, and the text should be smaller, as in the length should be smaller. You have, I'm not zooming in, but from here, you have 5 lines of text on that bullet points. The recommended length for bullet points is 120 characters, meaning 2 lines-ish. 2 lines-ish. So with 2 lines of text, you should be able to get more height and more font size in there. And then these, like there are things that just don't make sense. Like, why are these titles and these underlines? Are these links? Can I click on them? If that's the case and these are links, why are these not underlined? Because these are links. Like, there is a ton of teeny tiny things that just don't make sense to me. So and right now it's just a PNG, so I can't, but yeah. I'm seeing yeah. One second. Nah, don't send the PDF. Send the PDF, it's fine. I just want this fucking... Yeah. Yeah. Well, that wouldn't work either. Where? I see. I mean, the fact that it's a PDF or not a PDF wouldn't change much. Yeah, it's the difference in font sizes is just too much for me. Like the font here is readable because it's zoomed in 100%. I agree. But your links are basically the same importance as these. They are teeny tiny bit smaller, but you have 1, 2, 3, 4.5, 5, 6, 7. I guess 8, 9 different font sizes in the whole thing. Maybe 10 if I didn't count this properly, which is probably the case. Um, you should just have like 2.5, maybe 3 tops. As in, this is 1, or should be 1. The subtitle should be that, probably. And then the same fonts for the titles and then your body. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Have a good rest of your day, Cal. Take care of yourself. Enjoy the sleep. Enjoy the sleepings. If Zelify is your best project, it should be at the top. There is something that has been said in the past, not here, but like has been said in the past, which is you should lead with your best project, and your experience may not be as necessary. So if you show me that you have achieved something, then personally speaking, my understanding of your like company experience might be less important. The importance of your education might be even less important. But the achievement and the results, that is mainly what I will care about. Like if the quality of the achievement is good and if the content is good, fine with it. But yeah, it is not. This is also, yes, I need to sleep. This section is side information in the resume branding things. It's skills, it's education, it's not projects. It's like things that you don't want to put in highlight, thing that you need to have because ATS, but it's not there. So this is not something that I would read at all. I would read that and then move out. And technically, as a hiring person, I would read title, 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 link. Click the link, check the website. If the website is good, then maybe I come back and I read some content in there. But I don't give a shit about that. I want to see what you've done, not read fake data on a portfolio. So, it might be real data, but it's just like nowadays we can't really prove anything. So, God damn it. Today. That's the thing. It doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, you just need to relay out the thing. And you should be good with that. Bitch. Sorry. Yeah, I know. That's usually what happens. That is usually what happens. Take a look at what they have. If your friends have a different type of portfolio, take a look at their portfolio. If they have different resume, check that as well. Nonetheless, we're rating John. It's been a while. We are not much, as far as I know. The tiny things. So, as always, VOD is going to be on YouTube if you want to have, or if you have questions and live, you can join the Discords. You can stalk me online if you want. And I shall be back on Wednesday at 6:30 Paris time. And yeah, things have been said, as always. What else? There.
Ma!
Buy something. join the things. Anywho, I guess I know who won today. You did. Good job. 42 ahead. Last stream element. Congrats. You did good. Anyways, enjoy the rest of your day. Eat something, drink something. Be kind to each other. And we'll see you on Wednesday. Bye.